Thank you very much, Chris. Good afternoon, everybody, members of the public, staff and council. Beautiful day out there, so let's move through this as quickly as we can so we get a bit of a break before this evening. Call this meeting to order, and I'll turn it over to Councillor DeLeo for our land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. We begin our meeting by recognizing the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples of Canada as traditional stewards and caretakers of the land. We acknowledge that the town of Wasaga Beach is located within the boundaries of Treaty 18, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Tionantati, Wendat, and is the home of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples as part of this intricate nationhood that reaches across Turtle Island. At this time of truth and reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity to work together towards new understandings and new relationships and ask for guidance in all we do. Thank you.
You may wish, Councillor. Moving on to item number 2, disclosure of pecuniary interests. If I have none before me, if at some point throughout the meeting you feel you have a pecuniary interest, please declare it at that time. Item number 3 is open forum, and I'll look to our Deputy Clerk. Do we have anyone registered to speak for open forum?
Thank you, Your Worship. We do not have anybody registered for today's meeting.
All right, I'll look to the audience. If there's anyone in the audience who wishes to come forth and make a comment with respect to today's agenda, please do so. A second time. Third time, seeing nobody, we'll move along. Item number 4 is approval of the agenda. It is resolved that the contents of the agenda of April 27th, 2023 be approved as circulated. Questions or comments from council? Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Snell, Councillor DeLeo, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Under item number 5, government relations. Government relations provides an opportunity for staff to highlight the town activities and initiatives, and I'll turn the floor over and invite forward our Director of Communications and Intergovernmental Affairs. Welcome, Sandra. Before you start, I think it's important that we introduce you to the public. Sandra Watts is our lovely new Director of Communications and Intergovernmental Affairs, and we're happy you're here, Sandra. So far, doing a great job, and we look forward to moving forward.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of Council. So today, it's my pleasure to be here to provide our first government relations update, which is something that we expect will be a regularly occurring update. Our objective going forward is to raise awareness among council and members of the public of the actions that we are taking to meet with, advocate, build relationships with other levels of government in order to help advance projects and priorities of the town and of council. The week of April 16th, we'll start there. We had a delegation, including the mayor, members of council, as you know, the CAO and staff attended the annual Good Roads annual conference. Meetings were held with the parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Infrastructure, the Minister of Education, and a meeting was also held with the Minister of Colleges and Universities. The week of on April 14th, which was a Friday, the Ontario government also did make an announcement about advanced daily vehicle permits for Ontario parks. This started as a pilot project for the provincial government and is now spread to 20 additional parks, including Wasaga Beach. In a nutshell, parking spaces at all provincial park beach areas must be reserved online to guarantee a spot. There will be some beach areas, we understand, from a meeting that we held shortly after this announcement with Ontario Parks. We understand that there will be some beach areas that will have both 2-hour parking slots and full-day parking slots. We're in the process of preparing a Q&A for council and also preparing a proactive communications plan that we will be rolling out on social media beginning in May, just to help educate and raise awareness of these changes and the impacts it will have on residents and visitors that come to our community. On April the 19th, our CAO and Deputy CAO sat down with MPP for Simcoe Grey, Brian Saunderson, to talk about Council's plans and priorities. And this is going to be the first of what will also be regularly occurring meetings to make sure that we're keeping our local member of provincial parliament in the loop on what it is that we're working on and hoping to achieve. And there was another announcement over the past couple of weeks. So on April 19th, the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation did announce that they did release their fourth quarter gaming revenue payment to the town in the amount of $286,606, dollars. And just a reminder to council and also to the public that this amount and all of the funds received during the year are transferred into the OLG Playtime Casino Revenue Reserve account. And I understand that staff are bringing a casino revenue policy back to council for review and approval shortly. And that this draft policy will consider feedback from council as well as the survey that the town conducted last fall to gain input from residents in terms of how they felt that these funds ought to be used. So that will be coming forward shortly for your consideration soon. And that's all we have for today.
Thank you very much. Sandra, questions or comments for Sandra? Seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. CAO, or Deputy CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I did not give the clerk the heads up on this, but I'll go live and see where it plays out. We did, during our ministry meetings with the Ministry of Education and Minister Dunlop, commit that we'd report a new Altus update report. And I was wondering if appropriate that staff be given direction to create a new report so we can provide current statistics for the town to those two ministries. And I suspect, Your Worship, that cost is somewhere less than $5,000.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy CAO. Questions or comments before we ask the clerk to draft something there? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I would definitely support that. I think it's going to be a requirement to help put forward a strong business case, yet again, for Wasaga Beach and advocacy for a high school. I thought the meetings went very well, and I'm excited to see what options could come forward, not only from the different sort of looks of a high school and functions of a high school in terms of a hub, and also too with the most recent announcement from Minister Lecce in regards to how municipalities and school boards should be working together to achieve these goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? I'd just add to that, Deputy Mayor Snell, it was very interesting to and refreshing to hear Minister Lecce clearly speak to school boards working with municipalities around planning and the future and what is required in municipalities as opposed to it being a one-sided type of atmosphere. So that was very positive, and we look forward to that. So I guess, Madam Clerk, I'll be looking for a motion here of some sort to, or perhaps the Deputy CAO has one prepared. Mr. Deputy CAO.
The Deputy CEO did not have one prepared, but we'll do this on the fly. I think the motion would read similar to that staff be directed to engage Altus for an update report on our high school status in the school, elementary, high school student population. So an updated report from Altus reflecting the current situation of students within Wasaga Beach.
And I guess maybe we want to just capture in there, it's an update to the report dated I think it was 2017. I'm looking to the CAO if he recalls that approximately, but we can word that. Is that suitable, Madam Clerk? All right, can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo and seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Deputy CAO, and thank you, Sandra. And I just want to go back and clarify, I was on item number 5, government relations, and it was 5.1, the communication department update that Sandra gave us. Moving on to item number 6, deputations, presentations, petitions, and public meetings. We do have a presentation this evening from the South Georgian Bay Tourism, South Georgian Bay Tourism Introduction, and we have Miss Melissa Twist here from South Georgian Bay Tourism to give us that presentation. Melissa, welcome to Wasaga Beach, and the floor is yours. Just ask you to push the center silver button on your mic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so my name is Melissa, and I am the Director of Regional Tourism for South Georgian Bay Tourism. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'll be doing an overview of the work that we did in partnership with Wasaga Beach in 2022, and to look ahead at this year's plans. Our organization role: South Georgian Bay Tourism is an in-destination education organization whose role is to enhance the visitor experience through seamless connection between visitors and unique products and experiences. Our brand promise is to gently nudge and guide visitors within the region to seize their day by discovering unique places, activities, experiences, and people. South Georgian Bay Tourism will perform these functions by coordinating regional visitor services digitally and in person, creating in-destination content and fulfillment, developing routes, best ofs, and top 10s by bundling niche experiences, and leveraging partnership with the business community. Our 2023 Board of Directors, with representation from Caitlin, representing the town of Wasaga Beach. What differentiates South Georgian Bay Tourism is our consistent regional marketing. We are an association that brings our regional partners together. South Georgian Bay Tourism is unique as it brings 5 municipalities together to create collaboration between the area. Collaboration brings benefits such as synergy, sharing resources, overcoming obstacles, and increasing awareness of the area. Please see the previous slide was our current team, so it's myself and Sammy, our marketing and communication assistant. Next slide. South Georgian Bay Tourism was excited to continue complimentary listings for the entire tourism industry and our partnering municipalities for again in 2023. This is the most important for our membership is that complimentary listing. This is the single largest shift from our old model to our new. South Georgian Bay Tourism has had a steady membership year over year with 50 new members in 2022. This is a combination of basic and enhanced membership. With the change of our association model, we have been able to maintain our enhanced membership as there is now a reduced rate to continue membership with the association. Members are truly the heart of our association. We have strong retention at South Georgian Bay Tourism as our members understand the importance of our association. We have had members that have been part of our association for decades. We have monthly check-ins from our membership and give them the opportunity to speak directly to our board of directors about their concerns and feedback. Next slide. Our 4 Seasons digital guide. Due to the change in travel behaviors, we needed to reimagine our guide for the future that's more technology-based. This is our 2nd year for our digital guide, and it continues to build momentum. We had just over 12,000 downloads of our guide to date, which was an increase of 2,000 users over last year, with our top pages being Plan Your Adventure, Hikes and Walks, and Georgian Bay Beaches. The guide is dynamic, user-friendly, and interactive content about all the great things there is to see and do in this 4 Seasons destination. Visitors saw QR codes in high-traffic areas around the region, so the download of the guide was easy for visitors that were able to help steer them around this amazing region. You are able to see these QR codes in restaurants, accommodations, cafes, golf courses, and trailheads. The 4 Seasons Guide is a dynamic platform that provides destination information and travel tools to visitors easily and efficiently. The guide offers a safe environment for visitors to explore the area and provide them with travel options. Next slide. Here's some specific content to Wasaga Beach in our visitor guide. Next slide. We were excited to launch a brand new website at the beginning of 2022. We had a strong focus on SEO, and SGBT created an enhanced website that is user-friendly, that creates an easy customer journey to lead visitors to members' profiles. Our site will provide both our stakeholders and travelers with information to better meet their needs of their audience needs and interest, trip planning resources, and visitor-first user experience. Next slide. Here are some examples of where our website comes up when you search things to do in Wasaga. There is a dedicated page on our website specifically to Wasaga Beach content. Next slide. Here is a few examples of some of the business listings that appear on our site. Next slide. South Georgian Bay has a bi-weekly blog that's featured on our homepage of our website. Here's one example of a blog talking about Wasaga Beach in the winter. Next slide. Promotion of Wasaga Beach events. We have a dedicated page on our website with all events happening in South Georgian Bay. This can be anything from farmers markets to live music to festivals. It's free for any business to post their events, and we have staff that are adding events to our website on a daily basis. Next slide. Our Google Ad grants. South Georgian Bay Tourism is running campaigns to include road trip getaways, 4 Seasons destination activities, and fall experiences. We have a total annual budget of over $168,000 with a monthly budget of $14K. We received over 400,000 impressions with our annual campaigns, and we have a strong click-through rate of over 10%. A lot of the year's campaigns were focused on the local market. With the travel restrictions were lifted, we focused on our primary and secondary markets. Some of our most successful campaigns were Top Things to Do in Summer in Wasaga Beach, Collingwood, and Blue Mountains. Next slide. Here's just a quick snapshot of our Instagram. We are posting daily with easy links in our bio for visitors to find out more information. Next slide. Here's a couple of examples of content that feature Wasaga Beach, Catch 22, and the other one featuring things to do in Wasaga Beach in the wintertime. Next slide. So Instagram Reels. With Instagram favoring Reels, we have put a big focus on creating this style content. I just want to show you one example of what we did for Join Us a Day in Wasaga Beach. So it's the first video there, if we could click on that one.
And it feels like summer. And it feels like summer. Oh, it feels like summer. Oh, it feels like summer. Live for the long nights. Live for the good times. And I will meet.
Okay, next slide.
And it feels like.
Okay, so Reels always provide high engagement, especially shares and saves. Reels and TikToks both live on our feeds for longer than static posts, so giving more time to reach more people and opportunities for engagement. Next slide. This weekend's events Reels slide. As a team, we had to find a solution to bring our event newsletter to our social media following and to those who might not be subscribed to our newsletter in general. We came up with the idea of starting a new series that showcase our events called This Weekend in Events. These Reels and TikToks have been doing really well and provide relevant real-time information that is quick and easy to digest. It targets both visitors and the locals. Next slide. We have grown our TikTok to over 200 followers since June 2022. Our highest performing videos are content showing what there is to do in Meaford and Wasaga Beach. Next slide. Here's an example of a seasonal campaigns that we ran in partnership with RTO7. It was great to see that we were able to drive engaged visits determined through partner clickouts to external operators' pages from South Georgian Bay's website, and eventually lead those people to learn more about the recreational activities and plan visits to the region. We did 9 campaigns, 59 Facebook ads with over 2 million impressions, with over 3,000 partnership clickouts. Next slide. South Georgian Bay Arts Network, a brand new initiative for South Georgian Bay, not in our work plan for 2022, but we didn't want to miss out on this opportunity to collaborate. The SGB Arts Network has grown out of the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay and is informed by the power of the arts and culture strategy released in September 2021. The network is in support of its core partners, South Georgian Bay Tourism, Blue Mountain Foundation, and of a Foundation for the Arts and Theatre Collingwood. The South Georgian Bay Arts Network is a new member-driven organization serving artists who live and work in the South Georgian Bay region. The network is a place for artists from all artistic disciplines to share best practices and explore potential collaboration. Artists and art organizations are much stronger together than we are apart. The network works to amplify the collective voice of artistic communities and leverage the ability to advocate for space, time, and funding needed to support the creative work. Next slide. SGB Arts Network was proud to host the launch party and celebration of the arts and culture community in South Georgian Bay. The launch event brought together artists, art managers from local art organizations, business and municipalities, and art patrons to connect and celebrate the incredible talent that creates the community in the South Georgian Bay region. We had 65 people attend this amazing event, and the feedback was great. I'm now going to, on the next slide, show a video that we created in partnership with the RTO7 for this event. In April 2022, the South Georgian Bay newsletter got a brand new look. Here are some examples of the last few months' newsletters that have been sent out to our subscribers. Next slide. Our bi-weekly event newsletter. We have brought back the very missed weekly event newsletter. It's now bi-weekly after receiving some feedback about the ease and style of these newsletters. We have started to send it out again. It is an easy way for readers to see all the events that we have coming up that are listed on our website, but just in list form. It makes it easy to print. We have some readers who like to hang it up on their fridge for easy access. This is a great way to target our locals that want to get more involved and know what is happening where they live. Next slide. Our content calendar is super important as it's how we organize all of our social media and website content. Content is planned a year in advance and we will go in and tweak with members' feedback. Our members are asked if they want access to this calendar to review upcoming campaigns and post. We ask members if they'd like to get involved in upcoming campaigns as well as feedback. In 2023, we'd love to see more involvement from our members on how they want to be included in this content. Our content calendar includes Facebook, Instagram, our TikTok, newsletter, blog post, events, campaigns, etc. Next slide. What to look forward to this year, prints. So South Georgian Bay brought back print after our last publication in 2020. We have listened to our membership and they wanted to see our Four Seasons map back, but with a twist. We brought it back. We brought back the map that you know and love, but that high level information from our Four Seasons guide is on the other side, with a call to action to visit our website through unique QR codes. Marketing will continue to work with our partners on digital marketing, examples being video marketing, digital campaigns through Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, working with influencers and bloggers. The list goes on. Information marketing, creating and sharing those local stories that embrace all there is to see and do in this region. These will take various forms of unique experiences to the latest top 10 lists. And education. We'll lead projects and communication efforts to benefit our members and stakeholders, which differentiates South Georgian Bay in the travel market. Next slide. Thank you, and I look forward to working together in 2023.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Great presentation and some great photos and videos there for sure. The gal dancing, boy, she was quick changing the shoes, I'll tell you. Questions or comments? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to say how excited I am to see you still at the helm. I enjoyed working with you during my short stint at economic development here in town. I see that while the pandemic really made a bit of a mess in our tourism industry, that your board and your group just really forged through and came out at the other end stronger and with even more things to offer. I also applaud you on such a skilled board. There's been some changes since 2018 when I was more aware of the organization, and what a talented group, so congratulations on that. Also impressed with the work with culture and the arts, and the photograph of that launch, the age range in that picture is really exciting to see. It's not all people with the same hair color as me, and I think that's so important in our cultural community. I also want to say that the complimentary listing piece is wonderful news for us. Our advisory committee on tourism has just started again this term. We have some new members. We shared your presentation. It would be terrific to get some of your back notes as well to share with the group. And I know they're extremely excited. There's lots of work to do, and we're quite thrilled with the partnership, at least the Tourism Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to respond to that, Melissa?
No, that's thank you so much for
All
those
right.
comments.
Great. Councillor, I kind of like the tone of my hair, kind of flesh tone in silver. I don't know about you. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through you, Your Worship, a great presentation. I really appreciate it. I'm not going to repeat some of what was repeated, but I've spoken quite often in public meetings about the need for beautification and with Wasaga Beach, and I think that ties in very nicely with your new Georgian Bay Art Network, and I would encourage artists to look for opportunities where they could present a deputation to council and make suggestions as to how we might beautify our community going forward. And hopefully, at some point, we'll get some support for the kind of funds that are required to make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. That art culture video, that was very moving, very beautifully done, very creative, how you incorporated all the pieces. And what it made me sort of realize is that we've got a lot of work to do for arts and culture in our community. There was, definitely not enough strong representation or opportunities for your team to find and showcase in our community. So I agree with Councillor Belanger. We've got a lot of work to do in that area. One question I had is, can you explain a little bit about the history of Wasaga Beach and your association? Have we consistently worked together each year, or how has that sort of worked? Thank you.
So I will be celebrating my 6th year with the association, so I can speak to my time at the association. So during my first year, that's when Wasaga Beach came on as a municipal contributor to our association. So it's our 5 partners, Wasaga, Clearview, Collingwood, Blue Mountains, and Meaford. And we've had a strong partnership within those 5 years.
Anyone else have questions or comments? Seeing none. Melissa, thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, everyone.
I do have a motion here that the Joint Committee of the Whole of Council receive the presentation from the South Georgian Bay Tourism for information. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Timms and Councillor DeLeo, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. And I'll now turn this meeting over under item 7.1 to Community Services to Councillor DeLeo. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will now review the Community Services Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. All items listed below will be approved by one resolution. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests it, in which case the item will be removed from the consent list and considered in the section of matters for consideration under the appropriate business unit. Now, I am not aware of any items that have been pulled from the consent agenda at this time. Would anyone like to make a comment on an item prior to the consent recommendation? No? Okay. Seeing none, I will now pass the consent recommendation. Resolved that the Community Services section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the April 27, 2023 consent list item 7.1, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. This concludes the Community may I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? All in favor? Passed unanimously. Okay. This concludes the Community Services Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. I will now pass the chair to Councillor Timms for Public Works section.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. I will now review the Public Works Business Unit of the Committee of the Whole. I am aware that the following item has been pulled from the consent agenda for separate consideration and vote, 7.2.3. Prior to the consent recommendation, I am aware that Deputy Mayor Snell would like to make a comment pertaining to item 7.2.4, which is the contract administration inspection services for reconstruction of River Road West from Veterans Way to Blueberry Trail.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. I just wanted to speak to this as I wasn't sure whether or not it would be passed as a collective group. I just wanted to just express very much that I'm in support of advancing this significant investment in our infrastructure for several reasons. One being, as a former trustee, I would be contacted on an annual basis by several residents that were very concerned about accessing the school, Birchview Dunes, right in that area. super high traffic area. Lots of people are looking to be able to walk safely and cycle safely to and from school. So I think that's absolutely critical and definitely fits in alignment with this council's priorities. Also, too, I think it's very exciting that this will then complete the connection right up to 45th Street, where people will be able to travel through our community, both cycle and by walking, pedestrian, safely on a sidewalk. And I think also as well, although it's going to be an expensive investment and at times very frustrating for our residents and our visitors, it's absolutely necessary based on the growth that we are seeing that's already in the queue and what we know predictably is coming down the pipe for our community. So I just wanted to express my support for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Are there any other comments? Seeing none, I will now pass the consent recommendation. Resolved that the Public Works section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the April 27th, 2023 consent list, item 7.2, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. May I please have a mover and seconder? Councillor DeLeo, Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? Carried. I will now move to the first item pulled, which is item 7.2.3, pulled by Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Yes, I pulled this item because I always feel a little uncomfortable when we're doing a tender or a purchase of this amount, $319,000, where we only had one response. It sort of takes the competitive process out of it. I know that I have talked to our our General Manager of Public Works and Recreation and Parks, and he has indicated that there are inventory shortages in the market. But I would suggest that we review or even consider that if we don't get at least two bids, that we would go further afield or reopen the tender so that we're ensuring a competitive process. But after my conversations with our general manager, I'm quite prepared to support this, but I think in future we need to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Are there any other comments? Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I guess, touching on that through you to our general manager. So we had, my understanding as I read through, there were 4 tenders picked up, packages picked up, but only 1 responded. Do you know why that was, General Manager Lalonde?
As I understand through the fleet manager, it's really a function, as Councillor Belanger has said, is inventory. And international trucks have reduced their production by 25%. And although we only have 1 bidder, fortunately this bidder does have the cab and chassis in stock. And even with that, it's still going to take us 5 months to get the vehicle. So if we go back out to support another bidder, it's highly probable that we won't see these, and this is a heavy duty truck, it's not like a pickup truck, so we're seeing almost 2 years for some of these pieces of equipment. So although we're concerned that there was only 1 bid, we're glad to see that we will see this, even though it is in 19 weeks, but and we're glad that they have that cab and chassis in stock, and they're really the only local player that does provide that type of vehicle for international. There is another one, but I'm assuming they don't have any in stock that would meet our timeline. So,
thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further comments? Seeing none, I will now pass the recommendation report. That the report titled Recommendation Report Tender Number FL 2023-05 for the supply and delivery of 2 23,000-pound stake trucks with dump bodies to be received, and that tender number FL 2023-05 be awarded to Lewis Motor Sales Incorporated, Collingwood, in the amount of $318,959.40, excluding HST. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Mayor Smith, Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? That motion is carried. This concludes the Public Works Business Unit of Committee of the Whole, and I will now pass the chair to Councillor Belanger for the Development Services section.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. I will now review the Development Service Business Unit of Committee of the Whole, and I am aware of the following items have been pulled from the consent agenda for further discussion. Item 7.3.4 and item 7.3.5. Would anyone like to make a comment on any other agenda item? Seeing none, I will read the consent agenda. Resolved that the Development Service Section Committee of the Whole hereby received the April 27th, 2023 consent list 7.3, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Mayor Smith and Councillor Timms, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. I'll now move to item 7.3.4. Municipal bylaw enforcement matter, restrict but fair approach. Did I get that one right? No, that's the first one. Fair approach for nuisance events report. And that was pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell, Councillor Timms, and myself. And I will turn the floor over to Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. 7.3.3 was also pulled. Was it, do we want to speak to that matter first, or is that after?
It wasn't pulled on mine.
The no-cost resident parking passes?
So, sorry, Councillor Belanger, I think I put a 5. My 5 looks like a 3 on my paper. It's supposed to be 7.3.3.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, we can go to 7. Can we do it in either order? Doesn't matter. We'll go to 7.3.3. Do we have to change the original motion? Because I had said 7.3.5. So we go back? Okay. So then, in development services, we are pulling 7.3.3 and 7.3.4. So I will reread the consent recommendation. Resolved that the Development Service Section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the April 27th, 2023 consent list item 7.3, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder? So Mayor Smith and Councillor Timms, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. So I will now go to item 7.3.3, Municipal Bylaw Enforcement Matter Recommendation Report, No Cost Resident Parking Passes, JCAC 2023-0422, and that item, I'm assuming, was then pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell and myself. So I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. I wanted to first of all, thank staff for responding so quickly to the motion that was put forward at last council. And I also wanted to thank the mayor for adding to that motion and making the recommendation for complimentary parking passes to be reviewed for residents. So I'm really excited to see the numbers that are coming forward in this report. Excuse me. I think, you know, it definitely shows that just a little bit of creative thinking, we're able to see a lot more dollars come forward for community improvements and wherever we allocate those funds. I know that traditionally we've done print hang tags as those purchased resident passes. If we're moving to a free model, is there any consideration on changing that format of presentation to try to prevent residents from sharing them with visitors and guests, is sort of my thought, if they're going to be free? I guess I would direct that to Rachel.
Thank you. Just to start us off, this was something that was kind of pulled together with a very strict timeline. So I definitely think it's something that we could consider in the future. But it is important to note that we have already obtained the resident passes for this year, probably closer to the start of April. And we are hoping to, regardless of the decision made today, if we want to have free resident parking passes, it would still be in the form of a parking pass that they would hang on their car. Just because we want to make sure that they're available starting at the beginning of May.
Yes, Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So am I hearing that we couldn't possibly get some kind of high-quality sticker in time for this season then to place on residents' windshields or somewhere on the car? You know, again, I put the motion forward so as that residents could have some benefits to our tourism cycle, if you will, in our community. And I think they deserve it because at the end of the day, although we really want our tourists and we love our tourists, we do put up with some heartaches and problems because of that. But that being said, it is what it is. We are a tourist town, and it's our one and only industry. My concern, however, is that if it's just a tag, and we've seen this in previous years, pardon me, that these tags will get passed around, and so we're actually losing more revenue than we would if we were just giving everyone tags. And so I think if it's not possible for this summer, then at the very least for next summer, I think we should have a decal that goes on individuals' windshields. They have to come to Town Hall to get those, and we have to either put them on or I would say witness them being put on so we don't get accused of damaging anyone's windshield. So is that it's a permanent fixture for the vehicle. If they change their vehicle, get a new vehicle, then they come back and we delete one and put another one on. I just want to make sure that we're capturing all the revenue we can on this, and I think by giving the good folks of Wasaga Beach free parking passes, that we want to make sure that, you know, again, we're collecting all the revenue we can in order to pay for that, as well as increase our revenues. So, again, I guess my question is it not? I'm hearing it's probably not possible to get that type of decal for this summer.
Yes, of course, that would include budget implications because the passes have already been purchased. Then we would have to also have budget implications for new stickers to be purchased. What do those look like? Get a design ready and things like that. I also think it's really important to get those passes to residents starting May 1st, just because typically we do try to offer them mid-April. So we're already delaying that process. I also think it's important to note, too, that the passes have always been something that's transferable, so if you have a family of 4 and 4 vehicles and you want to give it to your son or daughter to go down to the beachfront, that pass can be used. Or if you have guests staying and you decide to take their vehicle to the beachfront, that is transferable in that way. I know we might have, you know, a few people that might take advantage of that, but I think for the most part, it's something that has been well accepted over the years, and we would hope that everyone would follow, you know, what we're trying to get out of it.
So now that you put it that way, Rachel, I agree. If we're going to give them the benefit, let's give them the benefit. The only thing I would say then, instead of having to print these passes every year, I still think a window decal for whoever lives at that address or something, and it doesn't have to have a year on it, because once they've got it, then they've got it. So we're going to reduce costs in future years. Something we can look at, because we've obviously got a year now to do that, but all right, it is what it is, and I would support that. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Rachel, I liked your comment Being an owner of antique cars, we have 3 antique cars, and we like to take them down there. So if there's a decal on my car, how would I take it off and put it on the antique? Can't do that. And there's no way I'm going to scratch the antique to take this decal off. So having, yeah, Mr. Mayor, so having that paper for me works absolutely great. And I know neighbors, you know, when their son comes up and they want to take the grandkids, they go with their cars. So they just take the sticker, and like Mr. Mayor said, most people, they're honest. A lot of them are honest, so we have to give them the benefit of the doubt. So, thank you.
Thank you. I pulled this item as well. I have a few comments to make, but one is I had some concern as to the impact of revenue when you can easily share the pass. And obviously, even with the passes we have, there is the opportunity to indicate the license plate number on the pass. I'm sure we could fit that on. That would have an opportunity. I'm certainly not opposed to the uses you said, if it's you know, a family member or that type of thing. But I think we also have to be aware that this is a significant benefit to our residents. I believe it was a considerable amount of money that we collected in passes last year. So I think if we find that our revenue is not trending the way it needs to for the benefit of all residents, that maybe we need to look at that. But there is a way, I think, even this year that we could put the plate number on. A more serious concern I had about the raising of the rate, and this is a 75% increase, but I will tell you, we did a county tour yesterday. We passed a number of lots. Some of the lots in Barrie that were not at the beachfront, they were just lots throughout town, were $10 an hour or $50 for the day. So I'm supportive of having visitors pay a little more and our residents having the opportunity to park free. But what we were experiencing in the past was we had some private operators that were very aggressively soliciting parking from the town. They would actually approach people at the machines and say, oh no, come and park in our area, we're $5 or $10 less. Well, when we raise our rate to 35, they're going to raise their rate to 30, and that's a windfall. And they may even have more latitude to have staff that would be available to solicit our customers from our parking spots to theirs. So I think we have to consider a fine for private operators that would engage in that kind of behavior. So I would ask that that be a consideration and brought back before council. In addition, it's my understanding that if we go back to when the fire occurred in Wasaga Beach and quite a bit of development was burnt down, that many people took benefit of their insurance claims and got money for that loss. But since then have been reluctant to redevelop and operate parking lots on a cash business, I'm assuming pretty lucrative, and now more so. So I think the other thing we need to look at is how the taxation on these properties and business as a parking lot, because I think we know now that we want to engage in the redevelopment of our beachfront, and I think that probably includes some of these private parking areas. So that's another thing that I would encourage that staff look at to ensure that we're getting the desired results. I had also thought about, possibly one free pass and a second paid pass for a second one. But I agree with COVID and, with some of the budgetary demands this year, that I think this is a nice give back to our residents. And so I'm going to support the motion. So, okay, I'll turn it back to Councillor De Leon.
Rachel, I'm just going to comment on Councillor Belange's when he was saying to put the license plate on the decal. What happens when you own, let's say, 5 cars? Which license plate would you put if you want to interchange?
Yes, and I think I kind of covered that earlier. So it's totally up to council whether we want to do it per license plate or if we want to honor residents and trust that they are going to kind of follow what we're seeking here.
Okay, I think I covered that. We would just review the trends, but for now, I think I'm hearing that everyone is supportive of the motion, so I will, sorry. Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to go back to your thoughts on the parking situation with respect to some of the privately owned lots. And it's a good point you raise, and I can tell you that I have personally witnessed this on countless occasions when I've been down near the beach and watching private lot owners actually standing at our pavement machine and enticing people who pull in, stop in a parking space for the town, and giving them a cheaper deal and moving them over till their lots are full. I've had discussion with 1 or 2 of those people over the years as well about that. So I would also agree, not only do we need to find a solution to that, but that we do have a situation where, there was a fire. Property owners were compensated through insurance for that fire, and for whatever reason that we do not need to get into today, decided not to rebuild and decided to just open a parking lot. And I'm not 100% certain, but if memory serves me correctly, at some point perhaps the tax rate for a parking lot was actually changed and lowered to what it would have been as a commercial property at some point, but I can look to staff to maybe bring us that information back if that's the case. I know that in most municipalities, especially in larger urban centers, but in also many of the smaller communities, a parking lot is actually taxed at a considerably higher rate than residential or commercial. And if we want to incentivize or encourage, maybe is a better word, property owners in the area of which we want to redevelop to be a world-class destination, then perhaps we should be looking at these types of things with respect to tax and so on and so forth. And so I'm thinking that perhaps we'll need a motion. I'm looking to Madam Clerk, so as that we could maybe get something on the floor for staff to bring a report and a recommendation back to council at some point in the not too distant future.
We can add that to the main motion. It hasn't been moved or seconded yet.
So do we need the mover and seconder to... Oh, okay, thank you.
Take one more comment from Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you. That issue of other owners coming on our property and taking our parking spots, people over, can we not put signs that say no solicitation or soliciting? This way, I know, sorry, no soliciting. This way, if they're there, it's a bylaw infringement, correct?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. We do have a bylaw that covers that. Usually with informing and educating, we're able to minimize those occurrences, but we have had interactions in the past where enforcement measures were taken to ensure that doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll read the motion, and I'll try to catch the last part or turn it to our clerk. So, municipal bylaw enforcement matter recommendation report, no cost resident parking passes, JCAC 2023-0422. That the report titled No Cost Resident Parking Passes to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of April 27th, 2023 be received, and that council removes the fees associated with resident parking passes for Wasaga Beach residents and that the municipal parking rates be adjusted as per option 2, and that amendment to Schedule D to bylaw 2022-95, being a bylaw to establish fees and charges, be brought forward to the next council meeting, and that we refer back to staff. Is it a referral or just,
Through you, Mr. Chair, that a report be brought back.
okay. And that a report be brought back to staff reviewing the taxation on beachfront parking lots, private parking lots, I guess in the beachfront area. And were we going to say anything about solicitation on that as well, or just?
Are you looking to me?
Yes.
Well, I was unclear whether we were going to add that staff would also bring back as to how we would manage.
I think, Mr. Chair, Rachel's already spoken to that, and it's already in place.
Okay, good. So then we need a mover and seconder. Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor DeLeo. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. My apologies. I'm new. So should I read that again, or were we okay? Yes. Okay. Okay, municipal bylaw enforcement matter, restrict but fair approach for nuisance events report, JCAC 2023-04-21, pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell, Councillor Timms, and myself, but I believe our Manager of Bylaw, Rachel, would like to speak to this first.
Thank you for allowing me to provide a brief overview and to focus council and the public's attention as to why we brought this report forward and what we're trying to address through this report. So in recent years, the town have experienced large gatherings and parties on premise that involve nuisance behaviors, specifically on cottage courts and other short-term accommodations throughout the town. Staff have seen an increase in unacceptable behavior, including excessive consumption of alcohol, very high noise levels, overcrowding a premise, urination in public, congregation of large number of persons on public property. And this has resulted in blocking pedestrians and vehicular traffic, destruction of town and private property, as well as other federal, provincial, and municipal regulations. So this report is focusing on encouraging members, I'm just going to start over there. This report is focusing on enforcement measures that the department is taking in regards to short-term rentals that host these nuisance events. Over the last couple years, we have taken proactive measures to inform and educate both guests and business owners in an attempt to mitigate these behaviors through verbal conversations, sending letters to owners of the properties, making them aware of complaints that we are receiving, outline specific terms and conditions on their business license to follow, handing out information sheets of our bylaws so they can be posted at the establishment, as well as laying charges. Unfortunately, these nuisance events and parties continue to occur, so we are looking at adjusting our enforcement approach when it involves businesses that have continued to host these events that have negatively impacted our community. Creating a strict but fair enforcement approach that aligns well with the approach of OPP will foster an environment where municipal law enforcement officers can effectively enforce our current noise and nuisance bylaw. In doing so, other community agencies are better supported, and a duty is imposed on those hosting social events that have the potential for public nuisance activities and safety concerns. So although this report is specifically focusing on nuisance events with with short-term accommodations. It is important to note that officers will also be practicing the strict but fair enforcement approach when it comes to, say, just a residential household that hosts a nuisance event as well. Since the enforcement approach of suspending a business license wouldn't apply in these cases, officers would be following up with charges in the form of a Part 1 or a Part 3 fine. Part 3 fines are summonses to court. So for Part 1 fines, they vary between $125 and $300 for offenses. And for summons, they are up to $25,000 for a first offense and $50,000 for continued offenses on a person, as well as up to $50,000 for a first offense and $100,000 for continued offenses if it's a corporation. Thank you.
I'll turn it to Deputy Mayor Snell for comment.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me, I really support this report. I think we have an amazing, beautiful community, and a lot of people come to enjoy all that our residents get to enjoy year-round. But, you know, much like many residents, you're tired of the abuse, you know, and people taking advantage of that. And I think we need to be strict, we need to be fair, but we need to have bite to that as well, so that the tone is strongly set. Come and enjoy the community, but be sure that you're respecting it and ensuring the safety of folks. Because when you get these large numbers of people gathered, you know, God bless your bylaw team and fire and OPP that have to attend these events. You know, we're putting our own community and staff at risk as well. So I absolutely agree. Let's get these shut down. Thank you.
I'll turn it over to Councillor Timms for comment.
Thank you, Councillor. I must admit, when I read this report, I felt a bit uncomfortable about it. I didn't get from the report that you were focusing on short-term rentals, because I'm not sure it states that in the report, and it could be me taking it all in. But what concerned me most was the enforcement about a first attendance at a declared nuisance event by the OPP fire chief would shut down the business for 2 weeks. And I started thinking about how some of those things pop up, and our accommodators don't always have full control of who are there. But I have had some great conversations with you, Rachel, as well as some more enlightenment from our CAO. And I'm just going to let you know where I was coming from. As the rep for the council on the advisory committee for tourism, and we're just ramping up and we're just starting to connect again with our accommodation community, and because of my past relationship with them, I hear from accommodators from time to time that we need to fix certain things on their behalf. But so that was why I was beginning to feel that, you know, here we are, we're getting out of the gate, we're working on behalf of the accommodators, and then we bring down this heavy enforcement. You know, having spoken with you, I understand the process will be, there'll be a full investigation. It's not going to be a quick reflex, you're shut down, and that you will be communicating really well, and you touched on that with all the accommodations, so that they understand where this is coming from and what it actually means. So I'll be supporting the message, but I did pull it so we would have a conversation about it and people would understand the background, and thank you for starting off with that. But back to my question, does it state in the report this is a short-term rental thing, or it's for all of our licensed accommodators?
Sorry, I use that term very general. So short-term accommodations do cover Airbnb type commercial properties as well as bed and breakfasts. But typically with bed and breakfasts, owners need to be on the property, and we don't see as much as these nuisance occurrences happening. But yeah, I use that term very generally, so it just means all of our licensed short-term properties.
I'll turn it to Mayor Smith for comment, and then our CAO would like to make comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll defer to Councillor Timms. I think she had a supplemental, possibly.
Thank you, I did. I didn't understand. Does this not include cottage courts and motels, et cetera?
Yes, it does. Those are also under short-term accommodations with our licensing process.
Thank you.
Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am 100% behind this. I've talked about this many times over the years. I used to live on a street with a lot of short-term rental accommodations, and I can tell you there were many evenings that were just a nightmare. And I have heard countless times from citizens of this community who face the same thing, not only with short-term accommodation, or I should say cottage courts or motels, but with Airbnbs. And again, I've not heard about bed and breakfast so much, but Airbnbs, and especially in some areas of town where there tends to be more Airbnbs than others. The good folks that live here full-time that pay their taxes shouldn't have to deal with this. And so I just need to be clear on a couple of things. I don't think, and maybe I'm hearing this wrong, but I don't think that any of these rules and bylaws should apply to commercial or versus residential. I think that this is something we need to crack down on, and I say residential because there are many illegal Airbnbs. But I also want to be clear that, should, a citizen decide they're having a 50th anniversary or a birthday party and they've got 20 or 30 people there and it gets a little noisy and it's a one and only type thing, that we're not going in and, hammering them. There has to be some discretion. But I always am cautious when I use the word discretion because I think we also have to find a solution to taking the discretion out in many cases so as that everyone's treated fairly. And this is not, in my opinion, a way to stifle business or shut business down. This is a way to control the out of control in our community. I'll use River Avenue Crescent as an example. River Avenue Crescent in the summertime is a nightmare on many weekends. I think if we educate properly and we give fair notice to everybody, including the general public, that this is the strict fair policy we're going to follow, then I think the owners of these businesses or illegal businesses face what they face. And if that means the first time bylaw shows up, and often I'm sure it has to be with police because there's a concern for safety and fire because there's 150 people in a location that should only be sleeping 25 or 30, that if that means they lose their business for 2 weeks, too bad. You have to be more conscious of the betterment of our community. And what shocks me on a regular basis is that some of these people who are in business, who do make their money through this community, don't seem to understand it. If you're a business person within a community, you should have a heightened awareness of the quality of community that we want to be. And the other reason I support this is because when we see these massive groups of often young people, where we know, and I've heard this directly from the OPP, when they get into these areas where there's 200 or 300 or 400, or sometimes I've heard as many as 1,000 on a street, the OPP cannot control that should something go wrong. And that's just wrong. It's wrong on every level and no matter how you shake it. And we need to stop this. This community is an amazing community built on tourism, built on family tourism for decades. And after the fire, we seem to get back, or we seem to have dropped to a party central that, although, listen, I enjoy a good party as much as anybody else. But we have to clean this up. We have to stop this. It's wrong. It's dangerous. And I don't know about the rest of council, but I can tell you, when I was mayor in 2014, my very first summer, 2 days in a row, at 2:30 in the morning, I received a phone call that a young person had been stabbed to death in our community. And you know, you think about what you may face when you do this job, and that isn't one of the things you think about. Not in Wasaga Beach, not in small town Ontario. And not only does that have an everlasting effect on council, but it certainly does on our staff and our first responders. And I think that we risk this happening more and more every day that goes by, that we don't do something to stop it and try to control it. I know that the fire department is going to help us on this. I know that the OPP is prepared to help us on this, and our bylaw officers, to Deputy Snell's point, God love you, because I got to tell you, you don't have anything to help you or protect you when you're out on the street, and sometimes giving someone a parking ticket is, in some people's minds, the worst thing could ever happen to them. So I've gone on long enough, but I think it's vitally important that we work together and that we try and stop and curb this serious situation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll turn it to the CAO and then to Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you very much, Chair Belanger. Just wanted to clarify a couple things and build upon some of the comments that the Mayor just mentioned. The goal here is not to create the anti-fun police. If you're roasting marshmallows with your family and singing around the campfire, have at it. That's good, clean fun. What motivated this was discussions with the OPP. What they said to us is within our community, there are a few bad apples, unfortunately, that are selling wristbands to hundreds of kids that will descend upon an operation and create an incredibly dangerous situation. When you get 500-600 kids around a cottage court, the police are outgunned. They can't possibly control that situation. So they have asked us if we could help them and actually create a safer community that they can help us enforce. So this is really targeted at those operators who think it's okay to create those types of environments. It is not okay within our community to do that. It's dangerous. The police can't enforce it, and people are going to get hurt. So that's really what this is about. It's not the anti-fun police targeting campfires, etc. Thank you.
Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Andrew, what you said was perfect. I'm in full agreement with this bylaw. I just need to clear up one thing, because residences have asked me this. If you have neighbors and they're known to throw these big parties in the summertime and they go on all hours of the night, is that an infraction? Like, would you go out to that? Because I know neighbors that say they can't sleep at night. It just gets ridiculous.
Under our noise and nuisance bylaw, we have quite a few violations, so obviously it does depend on the situation and everything going on there. But certainly if there's noise in a residential area past 11 p.m., that would be considered a violation, as well as a nuisance part of our bylaw, where basically if it's heard more than 15 meters away, or there's more than 2 complaints from separate properties, that could also be considered a nuisance. So we would most definitely attend any noise complaint, and then it would just be once we're there, if it's a noise complaint versus maybe a nuisance event, that's where we would make that determination.
Perfect, thank you.
I have a few questions and comments as well. Certainly, Rachel, a lot of what you explained earlier resolved some of the questions I had. But one of them was around fireworks, because fireworks is not necessarily a crowd, but it occurs at both residents and businesses, and we have a lot of complaints. I've certainly received from a lot of individuals, especially along the shore lane. And in talking to our general manager, one of the things he indicated, and this speaks to the mayor's comments on discretion, if we attend a site and they immediately comply and there's no issue in it, it's sort of a one-off. We're going to have people that think it's okay to light off fireworks on days where they're illegal, and that happens all the time. And those can be pretty insignificant incidents, but we've had cases where they're shooting fireworks at each other and they're bouncing off cottages and homes, and that's a whole nother issue. So again, the firm and fair and increasing penalties for repeat offenders, all of that is good, but that we do also have to have some discretion where somebody just makes a mistake. Once they realize it, they immediately comply and everything's okay. So that was one. The other, to the CAO's comments, just for clarification, like when we talk about wristbands being sold, I'm assuming in many cases that's not the operator. That's somebody that is organizing a party, and so the operator could be as much of a victim as what the community is. So what is our stance, or if we were to find somebody selling wristbands to a party, what is the bylaw or the penalty for that? Would be one question. So, but this again comes to discretion. If we have a very good operator in a one-off that finds themselves that somebody has created this situation to them that they're having as much trouble controlling as what the police, I think that needs to be a consideration. But we also know that we have operators that show no discretion of who they rent to, that they have absolutely no checklist, and they knowingly have people that are quite willing to pay a lot of money to come up many times a season, and they're a problem many times a season. So I fully support this, but there is some gray area, and we will trust that that bylaw and our senior management will find a way to manage that effectively. Oh, one last comment, and hasn't come up yet, is hours of operation for bylaw in peak season. And I know we have budgetary restraints, but I have been often contacted by individuals when the biggest problems are occurring after bylaw has ceased operations. So where are we today on peak season as to when we no longer have a bylaw officer on duty, or do we do 24/7 in peak season? I'm not sure.
During the summer months, from Sunday to Thursday, we do 8 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, we are here till 2:30 a.m. On any statutory holiday or long weekend, we basically stay as long as we're needed. So it's usually a mandatory hour that we stay overtime. But obviously, if it's close to the end of shift and calls are coming in, we stay regardless of if it's a holiday, a weekday, or a weekend.
So to that, you know, I know many organizations assign someone to be on call in the event that we get a serious nuisance that is occurring, you know, after midnight on a weekday, or, you know, after 2:30 on a weekend. I don't believe do we have that in place now?
We only have on-call services for animal control, but with that being said, we do work very closely with OPP. So if there is something that has occurred after hours and we need to lay charges, we will lay those charges the next day based on the investigation that OPP had.
Okay, not to belabor, but just to that point, there's many nuisance calls that, according to residents that have talked to me, the OPP will not respond to the call unless they believe it's of a very serious nature. And some of the nuisances that are very disruptive to our community do not fall in that category for the OPP.
My understanding in recent conversations is OPP would be attending nuisance things like noise and stuff like that. But certainly it could be a change in our level of service if that's what council is looking to achieve.
Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. I just wanted to add and ask, because this is such a vitally important subject and we're right on the cusp of our active season now, would it be appropriate to ask if you could bring back a report at the end of season to see how this new implementation went, how many infractions were held or applied or fines, just to give us an idea of the results and success, if that would be okay. Thank you.
If there's no further comments, I'll read the motion. That the report titled Strict but Fair Enforcement Approach for Nuisance Events to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of April 27th, 2023 be received for information, and that Council deem it appropriate for staff to activate enhanced enforcement strategies as outlined within the report to mitigate against the negative impacts of the community resulting from activities which fit the criteria of a public nuisance. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Timms and Councillor DeLeo, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Sorry, this concludes the Development Service Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. I will now pass the chair to Deputy Mayor Snell for General Government section.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. I'll now review the General Government Business Unit of the Committee of the Whole. I'm aware that the following items have been pulled from the consent agenda for separate consideration and vote. Item number 7.4.3 and 7.4.4. Would anyone like to make a comment on an item prior to the consent recommendation? Okay, seeing none. Resolved that the General Government section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the April 27th, 2023 consent list item 7.4 and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding the agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor DeLeo and Mayor Smith. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. So I'll now move to the first item pulled, which is item 7.4.3, pulled by myself. And the reason why I pulled this motion, let me just get that back up. So this has to do in regards to the Corvette lottery, or the Corvette special event, and the request that's come forward. And they've requested 4 different items in regards to support from council for their special event. And I would like to see if we can pull number 4 request as a separate voted item, which was the $2,500 financial donation to the organization. I would look to our clerk for recommendation on how to proceed, please.
Through you, we can vote on the amendment to remove item 4 from the main motion. So if you want to get a mover and seconder on the amendment.
Okay, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder, please. Mayor Smith? Councillor Blanchet? Thank you.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Carried.
And that carries. Thank you. The reason why I wanted to pull this item, is it okay? Sorry, go ahead.
So we'll vote on the main motion minus item 4.
Okay, so I'll go through and read 7.4.3, but not read number 4 included. Okay, thank you. That the report titled 2023 Corvette Club Spring Fling to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of April 27, 2023 be received, and that 2, that Joint Committee recommend to Council to approve the Corvette Club of Wasaga Beach Spring Fling at the Stonebridge Gazebo on Sunday, May 28, 2023. And 3, that the rental fees for the use of the Parklands SL 100 stage, 30 by 60 tent, fencing, chairs, and 6-foot tables be waived for that event. And 5, that Joint Committee recommend to Council to approve exemption to the Wasaga Beach sign bylaw 2021-68, allowing for 10 mobile signs to promote the event. Now I have a mover and a seconder, please. Comments?
Mover and a seconder first.
Yeah, to get it on the floor. Okay, so mover and a seconder. Councillor DeLeo, Councillor Timms. Thank you, and all those in favor? Nope, sorry. Comments or questions, please. Go ahead, Councillor Blanchet.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. I'm supporting this, but I had raised before, I had some concerns about the 10 signs as being a little bit of overkill. But then in the last meeting, if my recollection is correct, they talked at some point that the community or the town may designate 10 locations that are appropriate for signage, and in some cases, there would be more than one event at the same time that would be being promoted on different signs of these 10 signs. I personally believe 10 signs, mobile signs for one event is too much, but given where this may evolve, it'll be interesting just to be out there and seeing where they are and how it looks, and whether it's something that we could refine going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. We'll go to Mayor Smith and then Councillor Timms, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I too have concerns with the amount of signs, 10 signs. These are, I'm looking to Rachel to confirm if she can. We're talking mobile signs, so these are about 4 by 8 in size with the stands and wheels, correct? So I'm struggling to look into my mind and find out where these 10 signs would go throughout town, that they're not going to hinder some kind of sight triangle or whatever. I would prefer that this, on a trial basis, we try maybe 5 signs as opposed to 10, but to Councillor Belanger's point, we could very well try it once and see how that goes, and then come back to council. I also am concerned, and again, if I may, I'll look to Rachel for this. I get the feeling that if we allow special events folks to have 10 mobile signs, and then we get a business who is here all year round through the good times and the bad, wanting a mobile sign in 10 locations to promote their business, that we don't allow that. Now, let me be clear that if it's a special event that is going to bring millions of dollars in tourism and fill our hotels and our restaurants and our nightclubs and our beach, that's a little different. So I just think as we look at this, we've got to be very cautious. I don't have an issue with having these special signs for these events, but we need to be very cautious on what size event, what type of event, and how we're going to deal with the business folks in Wasaga Beach who might want to have a mobile sign in front of their business, that we restrict that pretty tightly as well. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Or sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Councillor Timms, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To comments of Councillor Belanger, I think that when we were originally speaking about this, when we had our presentation from Jessica Bagalki, I presented the idea that we could look at this as a pilot project and see afterwards, analyze, did it work, were those the right locations, etc. I would like to see staff at some point come back with best practices and policies and come up with a mobile sign policy, because it can be very helpful. With my conversation with Rachel about the free parking passes for the public, some well-placed mobile signs would really help get that message out, because a lot of people don't always get all the information, despite all the different avenues of communication that we have. I would also, at some point, think we should look at how we're granting money, and that exercise that we went through previously, that this group missed, I think wasn't quite formalized enough with a clear understanding of who we were granting money. So we need more information, I think, as a council, and that maybe a better practice could be put in place for all of these things. so that we just go back to those policies, and this is how it works, and this is how many signs you can have, this is where we give money to. I do have a little bit of experience because I volunteered at that event last year. It is a good event. It is really a good tourism driver because people bring those cars from everywhere into our town, and they eat and drink and enjoy the camaraderie. So we're discovering that the car enthusiast is a really big player in the tourist industry, as we discovered. But thank you for allowing me to share those comments.
Thank you. Were there any other, Councillor Blanchet?
Yes, thank you. I just want to clarify is when we talk about it for a pilot project, I think we would all agree if we had 2 events going on at the same time, we don't want 20 mobile signs around town. So my understanding was the pilot was to look at location, but that we would be saying that if there were 2 or 3 events, they would vie for one of the 10 locations, and looking at the pilot as a maximum of 10. Just wanted to clarify.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification for council's information, so at the last council meeting, direction was provided to staff to review the sign bylaw as it relates to temporary signs. So this request is specific to this event only.
Go ahead, Councillor Timms.
Thank you. I believe that there are some really good best practices out there. We don't want to see sign pollution all over Wasaga Beach. Mobile signs are great communicators, but they also are, they can become unpleasant to see all through town, and I think there should probably be a limit on the number of signs and who can use those signs. But those best practices are out there, and I'm sure our staff can figure out what works best for this town.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Any other comments or questions? I just have one as it pertains to this particular matter of the signs. I do recall that in the presentation there were 10 specific locations that were given. I made comment at that time that I felt 4 of them were redundant and too close together. So I would like to see, perhaps that this is approved, but that through the guidance, direction, and final acceptance of locations to be put in the hands of our CAO to decide on what's appropriate for our community, appropriate for communication. Because just in particular, it was noted that there would be one across from the arena, and then one just further up, and then another at the fire hall, and one in front of the Foodland Plaza, one right across the street at Stonebridge. Just seemed excessive. So I would ask that the CAO is the one to give final approval on this particular matter as a one-off. Go ahead, Councillor DeLeo, for comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You pulled item 4 from this agenda regarding the $2,500 donation. Oh, that's going to be voted on separately? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just for clarification, so council already voted on the amendment, which was to remove 4. So 4 will not be considered.
No, my apologies. My intention for that was to pull number 4 from the group so that it would be up for discussion as a separate item in case this group got passed through, was my intention. I apologize for the confusion.
No, that's okay. Madam Chair, we'll just vote on this, and then we will do a separate motion on 4.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll pass the floor, please, to Rachel.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, in regards to the mobile signs, I think 11 proposed locations that Jessica gave us. I did review those, and I did offer other suggestions as well as one not approved. So the areas where I felt 2 were really close together, I proposed a different area of town that they could go in. And it's also important to note too that typically the process for signs to be approved would be to do an application through the municipal bylaw enforcement office, and if for any reason it does not meet the credentials in our bylaw, then we would go through a minor variance process where we basically take additional consideration. So what we could always do in this case is to approve, if we're comfortable with it, the 10 new locations that I've outlined on the report. And then if any other further events come up where they want to have a mobile sign on town property, it would simply just be doing a sign application through our department, and then getting minor variance approval. And say the 10 locations, you know, we do this pilot project and we don't think it works, or we do think it works, then that's something that we can always take into consideration for any future approvals.
Okay, so thank you for that. So just for my clarification, I'm not sure if other council are clear on this. So the recommendation of the 10 locations is just for this particular project on its own, but then a report will come back to staff in regards to a more detailed process as Councillor Timms recommended, right? Is that what I understand, please?
I believe in the previous council meeting, we're going to just bring the whole sign bylaw back to council in due time. But our current process in the current sign bylaw is to have an application, and if it doesn't meet the requirements of the bylaw, then we can just go through a sign variance process where it would include myself to approve it, the general manager, Danny, as well as the CAO. So it could just be 3 people looking at it, making sure that this is approved and a viable option, rather than every time someone wants a mobile sign that doesn't fit in the bylaw to go through council, if that makes sense.
Perfect, that makes great sense. Thank you very much for that clarification. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to turn to our clerk to provide that motion just so that everything's crystal clear, or right now I'm just reading this one.
I can reread the motion if you'd like.
Thank you, I appreciate that, just based on some of the confusion.
The motion on the floor that the report titled 2023 Corvette Club Spring Fling to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of April 27th, 2023 be received, and that Joint Committee recommend to Council to approve the Corvette Club of Wasaga Beach Spring Fling at the Stonebridge Gazebo on Sunday, May 28th, 2023, that the rental fees for the use of the Parklands SL 100 stage 30 by 60 tent, fencing, chairs, and 6 feet tables be waived for the event, and that Joint Committee recommend to Council to approve an exemption to the Wasaga Beach Sign Bylaw 2021-68 to allow for 10 mobile signs to promote the event.
Thank you. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor DeLeo? Oh, we already did that, so yeah. All those in favor? It's approved. Thank you. Okay. So now we're going to deal with this item that was number 4 that was pulled. So I'm going to read that one. That Joint Committee recommend to Council to approve $2,500 in sponsorship. So that item has been pulled, and I will need a mover and a seconder to get it on the floor for discussion. Councillor DeLeo, Councillor Belanger, thank you. Okay, so does anybody have any comment about this first? Okay, go ahead, Councillor DeLeo.
I have no problems giving this grant. The amount of money they bring into this town, it's a small price for the town to pay for all the business they bring in, so I'm 100% full support of giving this grant.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. I am also in favor of this grant. However, I take my comment back to the fact that we need to have a policy in place on how we provide grants. From what I understand, this is coming out of the Special Events, Community Event Sponsorship Fund, which is different again, I guess, from the community group sponsorship that we were doing. But to Councillor DeLeo's point, based on the economic impact of this event and that it is an anniversary year, which I think is important, and we can leverage that as well, I'm in support of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Go ahead, Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I listened very intently to the presentation that was made on behalf of the Corvette Club last week or the week before. And although I am always in favor of promoting and supporting special events, as I am for the Corvette Club, I think it's important for me to just point out that what was made pretty clear that I heard was that all of, if not most of the funding raised during this event that the Corvette Club gives back to charity, which, you know, kudos to them. That's absolutely amazing. So where I'm struggling a bit with the $2,500 is that they're asking us for roughly $1,400 in kind. That's no problem. And they're asking us for $2,500 in cash, of which they're going to give back whatever they raise to a charity. I'm struggling why, if that's the case, we wouldn't just take that $2,500 on behalf of the citizens of Wasaga Beach and give it to a charity or some charities. I think that it was pretty clear that they were successful in previous years in raising some fairly significant dollars for charities. And so if they were in need of these funds in order to make the event happen, in hopes that they would raise funds to increase and improve this event so it's bigger and more economically viable, bringing more tourists and visitors to our community, I would have no issue with it. But I must admit, and I love the Corvette Club. They've been around a long time, and they're an amazing group of people that have done a lot of good things in charity in our town. But I'm struggling with the $2,500 if they're just going to take it and give it back to charity. Not that I'm not a charitable person. I'm very charitable. But why wouldn't we just do that on behalf of the citizens of Wasaga Beach? Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. We'll go to Councillor Timms, then Councillor DeLeo, and Councillor Blanchet.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. I think those comments, Your Worship, take us back to the fact that we really probably should be seeing financials from organizations. It costs money to put on an event like that. And also, I might point out that the actual cost to us is greater than the report is stating, because I believe that we have staff time involved in setting this up, making this happen. So, you know, back to formalizing the ask and making sure that we understand it. A lot of our groups are, you know, ask for money and then make donations to the community. I feel that events like this, the group should be putting some seed money into next year's execution of their events, and maybe there's an opportunity for the town event staff to have conversations with the groups that come forward and ask for this kind of support.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. After listening to Mayor Smith, I totally agree with him. If that's what they're going to do with this grant, is just turn around and give it to charity, then I believe Wasaga Beach should be doing that. If they're going to put that money to use to actually put on the show and show us proof of that, then I agree. But if they're not going to do that, then I'm reversing my decision. Thank you.
Councillor Blanchet?
Yes, thank you. I think over the years of a lot of the organizations that we have supported with grants have given back charities to the organization, whether it be the Cruisers, the Lions Club. This is not uncommon. This is front money to put on an event. And there's no guarantee. It could pour rain the day of the event, and they may not make anywhere near what they expect to make. So this is not an isolated case. What I look at is, I can tell you there's events where we've put out $20,000 where we had 150 people involved in the event. I won't name the event, but that happens. And this particular event, I was there in previous years. It's well attended. It's of high interest to many people driving by. And so I think the $2,500, I don't disagree with Councillor Timms, is that maybe we need to look at more of a criteria or set form that an event organizer needs to fill out to provide all of the information to council, and that it's very standardized across all events, and that we also look at with repeat events is how successful they are. Like, I mean, if we support an event for $5,000 and it's a bust not related to weather, and it's, you know, potentially weak organizational execution or whatever, then maybe we shouldn't support that again in the future. But if we have repeat events that are very successful, then we should help them grow that event and make it more successful in the future.
Thank you, Councillor.
I will be supporting the 2,500.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blanchet, Mayor Smith, and then myself for final comment, please.
Well, you people make things difficult at this table. I guess the first thing I would like to do is look to some member of staff to get some clarification to Councillor Tim's point. Is there an extra, when we look at the in-kind cost that's been provided here to council, does that include staffing costs to set up the stage, so on and so forth, or is that over and above the amount we see of about $1,400?
Go ahead, Andrew. Thank you.
Yeah, through Deputy Mayor Snell. We'll have to get back to council on that. I'll have to reach out to Candace and clarify that point.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. So I think it's important that we know that. I agree with Councillor Timms that we need to have, as soon as possible, create a better solution to how we go about providing grants to organizations that are doing special events on all levels. We really should be starting to focus more on larger events that are revenue generators for our taxpayer as opposed to revenue losers for our taxpayer. But unfortunately, it's the town we are, and we are a tourist town, and we need to attract people. So based on the arguments I'm hearing here at the table, although I do struggle with it and would prefer that the town be donating that money, I will change my thoughts on that today, and I would support the 2,500.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. The reason why I pulled this was for a couple of reasons. One, I agree with Councillor Timms in regards to cart before horse, and there is somewhat of a process of grants. And so to step outside of those lines, it starts to get messy and confusing. And I think that we should have a higher and more detailed requirement in regards to the financials. What are you going to do with the 2,500? Maybe we have recommendations that it has to go towards digital marketing and assets out to the GTA to pull in, or maybe we take those dollars and realign it with our marketing in-house team to help promote their event and drive traffic to support success. So I just struggle with the $2,500 without understanding what the plan is. And I attended this event last year as a corporate sponsor. So I know that the organization also reaches out to businesses for large contributions to this event as well. So for those reasons, and given that we are providing all of the in-kind as well, it's not like we're not supporting the event. We are. We're making accommodation with the signs. But for that reason, at this point, I will not be supporting the $2,500. I feel that we need to make the plan first before we continue to give out dollars, because 25, 25, 25, 25 adds up very quickly, and we need to be focused on the results and the outcome. Thank you. I'll be looking to our clerk, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion is on the floor. You have a mover and seconder, so you can call the vote.
Okay, so I'll be asking all those in favor?
Voting in favor of the original 2,500 being...
Yes, for council's consideration, I'll reread the motion that joint committee recommend to council to approve $2,500 in sponsorship.
Okay, and again, I'll ask all those in favor and opposed, and that carries. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go on now, please, to 7.4.4. Senior Special Events Coordinator and Manager of Operations Public Works report dated April 12th, 2023 regarding the events area Beach Drive between 2nd Street and 3rd Street. That the report titled Events Area Beach Drive between 2nd Street and 3rd Street be received, and that Beach Drive between 2nd Street and 3rd Street be closed to vehicular traffic as shown in the attached plan between May and September 2023 and/or until such time at the discretion of the CAO or designate to facilitate events planning and activation. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor DeLeo and Mayor Smith. And I'll ask for any questions or comments, please. Councillor Blanchet?
Yes, I pulled this item, and I'm excited about the report. I think it's a big part of the activation of our beachfront this year, and I was hoping that we would get some verbal report or discussion so that the public is aware. But I think everyone knows is we've had a huge positive response to opening Beach Drive by our community. And this is a little bit of a hybrid. So we're going to shorten the loop a little bit, but for that shortening of the loop, we're going to have a consistent event venue that is going to allow our residents to have a better visibility of the events, I think a more comfortable, so I won't go into that, but I don't know, I guess I'll have the CAO comment on that, just so that it's on public record. Thanks.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, through Deputy Mayor Snell. Yeah, we're actually quite excited about this. And this is short-term, low-cost activation of the beachfront. What we are looking at doing is having a place where we can set up a stage for the summer and have events down on the beachfront. We do have a lot of stone left over from the demolition that occurred fairly recently that our work staff are interested in going out and actually making a bit of a tiered seating area. Will also visually improve the aesthetic of that area. It's looking a little tired and run down, so we think this is actually a good solution. It's a temporary solution, low cost, to improve our appearance, provide an amenity for people to go out and enjoy some concerts and events down on the beachfront. And it saves the hassle of having to set up and take down a stage for every weekend. So we think this is a smart thing to do for this summer.
Thank you, CAO. Any questions? Go ahead, Mayor Smith.
Just a comment, if I may, Madam Chair. I think this is excellent. As the CAO has indicated, this is very low cost, and it is going to activate potentially both ends of Beach Drive at certain times of the year, and it's going to be an area that will be activated fairly regularly for, again, our full-time citizens who can now go and park for free and go and see a free concert or enjoy some good quality music or some other events. And the other thing is that we've now lost the splash pad. So this area, although the splash pad is not there, perhaps we can have some other more child-friendly events there that the kids can also enjoy. So I think it's an excellent idea on staff's part, and I want to commend staff for their forward thinking outside the box and bringing this to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Councillor Blanchet?
Yes, thank you, Chair Snell. I think it was referred to in the report too, but it also gives us the ability to adjust to the size of event. Like, I mean, we can make it, I don't know what the word is, but a small event can move the stage closer to the people, but if it was a larger event, when I look down there and look at the width we're talking, and if we move the stage a little closer to the water, I'm thinking we could probably get 3,000 or 4,000 people in that area. Was there some consideration to what the maximum amount we might be able to accommodate there?
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, through Deputy Mayor. I don't know if the staff have determined the ultimate capacity for the area, but you're absolutely correct. It does give flexibility to turn the stage in a certain direction, to have the stage down on the beach. Growing up in this town, some of the most memorable concerts I've ever seen are when the stage was set up on the beach itself, and you were able to watch those as the sun was going down. So again, this is an easy, low-hanging fruit to deliver a bit of magic for our community and hopefully create some incredible memories for the summer. And as the mayor indicated, this does go hand in hand with some other initiatives that we're looking at that council considered at the last meeting, some improvements to the area where the splash pad was, where the buildings were torn down, with some food carts, the addition of a stage there, as well as on the far east end of the area with the Wasaga Beach Brewing Company setting up some entertainment there. So we're doing the best that we can with what we have to work with today. And I think for this summer, it'll bring some much needed life down to the beachfront.
Thank you, CAO. Any further comments or questions? Okay, I have a couple comments and questions. I absolutely agree with this plan. I think especially too, with opening up Beach Drive, it's going to be a lot safer for our residents and visitors to have it at the other end versus right at that very active corner. And it'll help to spread out the fun, which is great as well. One question I did have was, I know that council's aware and the community's aware that this initiative is being funded by the rental of food trucks and leases of food truck spaces. Do you have any update that you can provide on how that process is going or where we're at with those items?
So that is actually a separate initiative. So the food truck area, there's an RFP that's gone out, and we're seeking interest from preferably local food truck vendors who are interested to come down here. This is actually something that the town would fund. Again, low cost. We already own the stage. We already own the landscaping. We already own the rocks. So this is just a matter of staff time to go out and actually install the stones and create the tiered seating area. So that is a separate initiative. The food truck area was considered by council last week. Hopefully that clarifies.
Thank you. My apologies for my confusion. I did want to speak to events in general and to look at bringing a motion forward. We know that events are absolutely critical as an economic driver for our tourism and supporting that base. And they speak volumes to supporting residents and engagement and enjoyment in our community. So events are absolutely critical. It's an integral part of our operations. And I'd like to see, to put forward a motion or to just request that the tourism department be directed to bring back a report on how they on how they could possibly track attendance at these events. Get some metrics, if they can see any metrics on how many are local people, how many are from out of town, so that we can gauge that economic driver impact potentially for overflow, because we're obviously going to be investing a significant amount of dollars in events. And so I want to make sure that as a council we're making clear decisions, the right decisions, supporting the right events, and ensuring that we're getting those knock them out of the park all the time type of events. If you could speak to that, thank you.
Yeah, you've actually raised a very important point, and I know personally I've had many discussions with Ministry of Tourism and their staff to try and find a way to do that. There's no magic answer on how to do it. What can occur, obviously if you have a gated event, it's pretty easy to measure attendance. What a lot of events will do is they may fly a drone and take an overhead image of an event, and then you can sit there and actually count the people that are standing there observing the event. We had talked earlier about the potential to create ambassadors for the town. We can get people out there with clipboards and just doing one-on-one interviews. Where are you joining us from today? So I think there's a range of things that we can do, and I'm sure Councillor Tibbs, you may have some tricks up your sleeve that you discovered, but it's a hard thing to do, but it's very important to try and get some metrics. So we'll try and get creative and come up with some solutions to try and do that.
Okay, great. If I could just follow up with that, and then Councillor Timms. Great. I won't put it forward as a motion then, just as a friendly request. But I think that to see a fulsome report at the end of the season, to see how well we did, and to help guide us in terms of our strategy of voting for funding, right? Because that will be incredibly important, and I so look forward to it. Thank you. Councillor Timms, for comment, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. I just wanted to mention again that I'm sure that our staff has in their work plan reviewing the event strategy, because the document that we have now is from 2011. So there's lots of opportunity to add to that and look at the climate now as compared to, gosh, 12 years ago. Things have changed so much. So measurement and analytics and metrics can all come into that strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Any other further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. That the report titled Events Area Beach Drive between 2nd Street...
Sorry, Madam Chair, the motion's on the floor. You just have to call the vote.
Oh, okay, great. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. I'll now pass the chair back to Mayor Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell, and we now move on to item number 8, the rise and move into council. Now, we do normally take a 30-minute break here, but we do have a busy afternoon into the evening. So my understanding is if we want to reduce the amount of time for that break, we would need to suspend the rules. Is that correct? So I'll just look to council if we need 30 minutes or if 10 or 15 will do. 10 or 15. So we need a 2/3 vote on that. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, a motion, please. Yes.
All right, so a motion to suspend the rules for the 30-minute break to 15. All right. A mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? It's unanimous. All right, so we will now take a 15-minute break. So we'll be back at 17 minutes after 3. Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everybody. We will now rise, of course, as we've done into council. And I do have a motion that resolved that the Committee of the Whole session rise and move into council session to receive a report on the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole session. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor DeLeo, Councillor Timms, all in favor? Carries unanimously. Item number 9 is the council session consideration and adoption of Committee of the Whole recommendations. Resolved that the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole session for the meeting of April 27, 2023 be adopted as a resolution of council. Mover as seconder, please. Councillor Belanger and Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? This motion carries unanimously. Item number 10, the consent agenda. Resolved that the council session of the Joint Committee of the Whole and council hereby receive the April 27, 2023 consent list items 10, that all of the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. And we have no motions pulled, correct, Madam Clerk? All right. So I have a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, second by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 11, matters for consideration. We have none at this point. Items 11.1, adoption of minutes, we have none. And 11.2, bylaws, we have none. Moving on to item number 12, council requests, staff reports, notices of motion. Are there any questions, notices of motion, or requests for reports at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 13, which is a closed session. And I do have a motion resolved that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the April 27, 2023 Joint Committee of the Whole of Council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters: external board matters, a land matter, municipal land matter, labor relations matter, event on municipal property update, and closed session minutes. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor DeLeo, Councillor Timms, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously, and we'll now move into closed session. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. We're now coming out of closed session. We do have a rise and report from closed session, and I'll ask our Madam Clerk to read that, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session to discuss the following matters. Item 13.1.1, external board matters, pursuant to Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act. As a result of this discussion, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Municipal Act. Item 13.1.2, a land matter pursuant to Section 239(2)E of the Municipal Act. As a result of that discussion, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Municipal Act. Item 13.1.3, a municipal land matter pursuant to Section 239(2)E. There's nothing further to report on that matter. Item 13.1.4, a labor relation matter pursuant to Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act. Item 13.15, an update on an event on municipal property pursuant to Section 239A of the Act. Items 13.16, closed session meeting minutes, April 4th, 12th, and 13th. As a result of those discussions, there's nothing further to report.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to item number 14 of the agenda, the confirmatory bylaw. It is resolved that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Wasaga Beach at its regular meeting held Thursday, April 27th, 2023, be received and to be deemed to be been read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered number 23-56. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.